Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, की, माय को वृंदावन धाम की, जगन्नाथ पुरी नाम की, तुलसी देवी भक्ति देवी की, गंगे देवी यमुना देवी की, हरिनाम संकीर्तन की, सामवेद भक्तविंद की, निताई गौर ब्रह्मण की, ओम समृद्धि कोटि,
Hare Krishna. So we'd like to welcome everyone to Bhaktivedanta Manor for today's morning program. Today is Thursday, the 25th of November, and this morning's class in the lead up to this year's marathon will be given by His Grace Quadruma Bihari Prabhu, and the evening class on the Bhagavad Gita will be given by Bhakta David Prabhu. Continue reading from Srila Prabhupada Shikshamrita. This is Srila Prabhupada on temple management in a letter to Rupa Nuga Prabhu. May 3rd, 1972. Your idea to recruit many brahmacharis is nice. We need a class of men purely brahmanas. The whole world is full of sudras. The Krishna consciousness movement is meant for re-establishing the system of 4 varnas and ashrams. Then there will be progress of civilization. We have got such a nice process that even from the base sudras, we can create brahmanas of the highest caliber. All the presidents of our centers should see that all the members are strictly observing the Brahminical standards, such as rising early, cleansing at least twice daily, reading profusely, attending arati like that. You begin immediately this process. This is the main work of the GBC. Sometimes we see that even they do not wash hands after eating, even after drinking water we should wash hands. That is suchi. Suchi means purest. Everyone should join the Mangalarti. Gradually we should become more regulated and strict for following the rules and regulations, otherwise we shall fall down. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Vrindaya Tulsi Devyaya Priyaya Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Sattvatai Namo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulsi Devyaya Priyaya Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Sattvatai Namo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulsi Devyaya Priyaya Kesavasya cha, Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Sattvatai Namo Namaha. Krishna Bhakti Pradayani Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki jai.
Govinda, Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpa turubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Trinadapi sunichena tarodapi sahishnuna amanina manadena kirtanya sadhari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than a straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation of the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki. Hare Krishna, dear devotees, we would like to make one more announcement. So today, the traveling Sankirtan party is leaving. So I would like to humbly request you to offer your blessings and benedictions to these wonderful devotees which are going out today. And that is headed up by His Grace Sutapa Prabhu, Smara Hari Prabhu, Matush Prabhu, and Rasaraj Krishna Prabhu. So please bless these Vaishnavas so they may do some damage out there and distribute some transcendental books of Srila Prabhupada. Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasri Prabhu, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna Hare All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the feet of Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga.
The lotus feet of our Sri Guru Master. Holy way by which you can trust ourselves. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace and consolation to our suffering. And attaining the mercy of Krishna. My Krishna conscious purified. By the words that lead from his lotus mouth. Attached to his lotus feet is perfection fulfilled with my desires. He opens my heart and eyes and opens my heart to transcend knowledge. He is my Lord birth after birth. From him ecstatic remembrance, by him he was destroyed. Vagrant riches in his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy. Ready for all the masters of abilities. O master, be merciful unto us. He is the shade of the lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Be shelter of the lotus feet. Shri Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Ki, Gaur Nitai Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki, ISKCON Guru Vrinda Ki, Vaishnava Seva Vaishnava Sangha Ki, Harinam Sankirtan Yugadharma Ki, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Shri Shri Radha Gopalananda Ki Ki Jai, Shri Ram Lakshman Lord, Shri Gaura Jai, Shri Radha. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see all the smiling faces today. Hari Hari, and professors in the audience. I better watch what I'm saying. Okay, so I think we've had lots of nice classes to try and inspire devotees to meditate on this time of year, the Prabhupada Winter Marathon. So, Vaisheshika Prabhu has been giving so many nice seminars, and Jai Krishna Prabhu and Madhukuru Charana Padma, she gave really so beautiful class, so simple and sublime. And then, anyway, and we had Vrindavan Chandra. He's an engineer, so he lays everything out nicely. So I don't think I can compete with those standards, but I'll do my best. Okay, so we're reading from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Sila, chapter 25, text 264. And the chapter entitled is The Residents of Varanasi Become Vaishnava. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jaya Gaita Chanda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. So begging permission from all the Vaishnavas assembled here and all the Vaishnavas who are listening online to get blessings, to be able to speak something on this transcendental subject matter, although not qualified. Okay, so that's okay. Jiva Nistare Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe, 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 Apane Ashadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe, 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 Jiva Nistare Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe, Jiva Nistare Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe, Apane Ashadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe, Apane Ashadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe. Gentlemen.
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe,
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe.
Ladies?
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti Karila Prakashe.
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Jivanishtarite Prabhu Brahmila Deshe Deshe,
Apane Ashwadi Bhakti
Apane swadi bhakti karila prakashe. Jivanistare, to deliver all the fallen souls. Prabhu Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prabhu Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Brahmila traveled Deshe Deshe in various countries. Apane personally. Aswadi tasting. Bhakti devotional service. Karila did. Prakashe broadcasting. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. To deliver the fallen souls, the Lord traveled from country to country. He personally tasted the transcendental pleasure of devotional service, and he simultaneously spread the cult of devotion everywhere. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally traveled to different regions of India to spread the bhakti cult throughout the country. He also personally relished transcendental activities. By his personal behavior, he has given an example for devotees to follow. That is, one should broadcast the cult of devotional service. He specifically instructed his devotees to enjoin all Indians to broadcast this message throughout the world, because at that time the Lord could not personally travel to other parts of the world. In this regard, he has left two instructions. Bharata bhumite hoila manusya janmayar janma sathakakari karapara upakar. All Indians should seriously take up the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and should perfect their lives by adopting the process of devotional service. After perfecting their lives, they should broadcast this message all over the world for the welfare of all human beings. Para Upakar. A Vaishnava is especially interested in Para Upakar, doing good to others. Prahlad Maharaj was also interested in this. He did not want to be delivered alone. Rather, he wanted to deliver all fallen souls who are bereft of knowledge of bhakti and who misuse their intelligence for the temporary benefit of the material body. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also wanted his mission spread all over the world. Pritevitya chayata nagara vigram savatar pachara hoive moranam. In every town and village, the chanting of my name will be heard. Chaitanya Bhagavad Antya 4.1-6. Following in the footsteps of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we are trying to broadcast his message throughout the world. By his mercy, people are taking this movement very seriously. Indeed, our books are extensively distributed in the Western countries, especially in America and Europe. Even the ecclesiastical orders in these countries are appreciating the value of the Krishna consciousness movement and are ready to unite for the highest benefit of human society. The followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu may therefore take this movement seriously and broadcast it throughout the world, from village to village and from town to town, just as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself did. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam Vancha Kalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Ekasha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So the translation again. To deliver all fallen souls, the Lord traveled from country to country, and he personally tasted the transcendental pleasure of devotional service, and he simultaneously spread the cult of devotion everywhere. So it's a beautiful purport, and Srila Prabhupada in this purport is
quoting some very familiar, regular verses, like he's saying that Bharata Bhumite Hoile Manusya Janma Janma Sata Kari Kara Upakar. He said those who have taken their birth in Bharat Bhumi or India, or are from there in some way, shape or form, then it's their duty to spread the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for the welfare of all conditioned souls. And he's also saying, Prityavite Ache Yata Nagaradigram Sarvatra Pachara Hoive Moranam. So we've heard that before. Every town and village, the Lord's holy name will be spread. And he's saying that the literatures are being spread in an amazing way in America and Europe. So devotees like the ones who are sitting in front of me, and they're doing this work of spreading the Krishna consciousness movement. And today, Sutapa has taken a traveling party up to Sheffield. They're going to be based in Sheffield and do Sankirtan in the north of the country, and get those towns that don't see the devotees so regularly. So this preaching activity is so important. So somebody was saying that, Bhaktivedanta Manor is becoming like a Hindu temple, So I said, jokingly, I said to them, well, there's two types of spirit souls. There's normal spirit souls and Hindu spirit souls. I was being sarcastic. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, whoever comes to Bhaktivedanta Manor, as long as they are a spirit soul, I'm happy to serve them. I'm happy to encourage them in developing their Krishna bhakti. So actually, whoever comes, Krishna is sending so many nice people. I was here on Saturday, and I had some really nice people who turned up. There was a couple, a young couple who came all the way from Coventry, English couple. Now the lady she had got a copy of Bhagavad Gita, and she tried her best to read it, and she understood some of it, but she said it was quite high, but from that she got enough motivation that she said to her husband, let's go all the way, I don't know, is it 2 hours from Coventry or 1.5 hours or something? So it's a long way to come, and I've never been here before, so it can be quite daunting, to go to a different place, and then, when sometimes I think, these Hare Krishnas, what they're going to do, like they're going to brainwash us, or they're going to hypnotize us, or they put something in the food, So some people may have some conception like, because you never know, So anyway, they did come, and I happened to meet them. I was just carrying some boxes around, and I saw them coming, so I thought maybe I'll just direct them to, tell them where the entrance is. But then I realized their first time here, and so then I took them around. They spent 2 hours here at the temple. They were in Prabhupada's rooms, and in the Vrindavan Darshan room. They were here for Aarti, and they took prasad. They were here for the talk. And then at the end, they were so happy, so inspired. They took some books, Science of Self-Realization, and they took Hidden Glories of India. And the lady already had the Bhagavad Gita. And they got beads, and they taught them how to chant Hare Krishna mantra. They gave a donation. And the gentleman, before he left, he said, his eyes looked like they were very bright. He said, I tried to look into this Krishna consciousness before, some years back, but I couldn't connect with it. He said, but now, to come in here today, it all makes so much sense. He was like, oh, it's great, And then just last week also, there was this kind of an Indian couple who came. They, from their dress, they appeared like quite well-to-do, So I spoke to them, and I took them around, took them to Prabhupada's rooms. I was telling them about Srila Prabhupada's mission and how he left India at an elderly age, and he went on a cargo vessel to America on the order of his guru to spread the mission. And he went through so many difficulties, and then I explained that he met George Harrison, and George Harrison helped to publish. He gave money for publishing the Krishna book. So if you see in the front of the Krishna book, there is a foreword by George Harrison, and in the end it says, all you need is love, in brackets, Krishna, and then Haribol, George Harrison. So I showed this couple that, and I showed a couple of the chapter titles and a couple of pictures. And then this man, he says, oh, I've got to have this book, I've got to have this book. so I said, okay, I'll try and get you the Krishna book. So I was running around, I couldn't find it. But I remembered I had a deluxe edition in my car, the big one, so I said, well, if you wait 5 minutes or some, I'll go and get it. So they sat in the temple room. So I went to the car, I got the deluxe edition, and then I thought, well, I might as well give them a few extra books as well, because they were quite interested in Srila Prabhupada and his mission. So I said, there's a Prabhupada biography, that'll do. And then, Science of Self-Realization, because everybody wants to realize themselves, isn't it? He says, I've come to realize myself. This is the place to come and realize. So anyway, I came back here, they were sitting here. Then I thought, okay, I might as well give them some japa beads as well, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that's his mission, to get people to chant Hare Krishna. So they were sitting here in this big, massive book, the deluxe edition Krishna book, all in one. It was and then I said, well, you were inquisitive about Srila Prabhupada, and if you read this book, it'll tell you all about Prabhupada, and it'll bring tears to your eyes, because this book, it really contains the true life story of a saint, and then I said, and this book is questions and answers. And I said, it has some chanting beads as well, and how to chant. So I thought, well, rather than say it's this much, I just thought I'll leave them to it, So then they went to Ujjwala at reception, and they gave her 101 pounds, but you could see these people are really eager. They're very, very eager to. So Krishna is sending so many people, and I was thinking that he can send so many more people if we are prepared, if we are geared to look after them. And he can send unlimited number of people. So what I was going to do today is I had a few Sankirtan stories to share with you, and then I'll share some kind of things about what is this. We do every year we do the winter marathon, Prabhupada marathon, or some people call it the Christmas marathon. Call it what you will, marathon. Of course, in Scotland we had 6 marathons a year. So our winter marathon, I think there wasn't much time when we weren't on a marathon. So the winter marathon, they would start at the end of November and finish at the end of January. So you guys, if you think you've got 24 days or something like that, and you think it's tough, then you're getting it easy. So so Jai Krishna, he was giving the class the other day, and he mentioned about us, me and him. We were partners, Sankirtan partners, and this was in 1980. We were on a traveling party in Leicester, and it was Pranabandhu, Atmanivedana Maharaj, Dwarkapuri, Jai Krishna, myself. There was Balabhadra, he was a Prabhupada disciple, and there was a few other devotees. And we were just new, we didn't have any bhakta training or nothing. We just came in the temple, we were only here for 2 days, and then get book bag on and get out the door. And we didn't, anyway, so we didn't know any better, we were young. And then in 1981, we were in Leicester again. We were staying at the Cromford Street Hindu temple. It was an old run-down building because we didn't have an ISKCON temple there. Vishwambar helped to establish the ISKCON temple in Leicester since then, so we're very grateful to him for doing that wonderful service. And it was a Cromford Street. It was a crummy place, So this place was falling down. But anyway, we did door to door over in Leicester. We were going to every door. And then it was the worst winter for 100 years in the UK. It was just, the snow came down and it was turned into ice, and it was there for most part of the month, And Soho Street Temple, couldn't keep up with their mortgage payments, so the bank wanted to reclaim it. So it was a marathon, to try and get some money to save Soho Street Temple. It was an all-out marathon. So somehow or other we were out there. We didn't even have the proper gear. We didn't have coats. We had chadars and sandals or whatever it was. So I remember we knocked on one door, and this was like 9:30 at night, and it was snowing in Leicester, and there was nobody else in the street. And it was these orange street lamps you could see, and it snowed so much that the road and the pavement, you couldn't tell the difference, So we knocked on this door, and then this guy opened the door. He's looking, there's nobody else on the street, and it's snowing. It's just me and Jai Krishna stood there. He said, 9:30. He said, what do you want? I said, we said, oh, we're monks, we're from the Hare Krishna temple. It's like, which planet did you come from? But, we thought, we were trying to raise some funds. We had these books to distribute. So we were trying all day. We've been out all day, And then I think he felt sorry for us because it was freezing outside. And, so he said, look, just come inside. We came in the house and we preached to him and we showed him the books. We told him what we were doing and that. And somehow or other he became very kind of understanding, and he was very he was quite moved by what we were trying to do. So he gave £108. So in 1981, £108 was a lot of money then, But we needed a lot of money to try and save Soho Street. So that was one of the things there. So, like Jai Krishna said, that it was so cold that we would kick a ball of ice on the way back to try and keep warm, So, and then there was another thing in Leicester. It was also 1981. There was an English devotee called Divya Simha. Some of you might remember him from the early days. And Jai Krishna, we were all on that same traveling party. We were staying at that Leicester Hindu Mandir. We were doing door-to-door the whole of Leicester. And then what happened is they knocked, Jai Krishna and Divya Simha, they knocked on one boy's door, and he opened the door and said, what is it, And he said, oh, we're from the Hare Krishna temple. We're just popping around and we've got these nice books. And they showed him some books. So he was interested. He took a couple of books. But he said, well, I've been, after work, all the change in my pockets, I just put it into this big bottle, like one of those big whiskey bottles, the giant one. So he said, what I'll do is I'll empty it out. You can just take the whole bottle with all the coins in it, And then we told him actually that we're staying at the Hindu temple at Cromford Street in Highfields, so we'll be there for a month or so. So if you have any questions from reading the books or you want any more books, you know where to find us. So, and then we carried it on. And then about a week later, he cycled up to the Hindu temple there and he met us. He said, oh, I've read this book, can I get another book? And what does this mean? And things like that. So we told him, yeah, fine. And then we said to him, actually, the next day is Lord Nityananda's appearance day. And we had a life member called Rajan Jani, who was quite wealthy. He had a nice house. And they had agreed to make a big feast and do a program for Lord Nityananda's appearance day at their house, because we didn't have any ISKCON temples up there at the time. So we gave him the address. Said, why don't you come down and you can be there for the Lord Nityananda's appearance day. So anyway, we went the next day. We had a massive kirtan in Rajan Jani's house. I'm sure we annoyed the neighbors. And I think his wife cooked about 22 preparations. In those days, prasadam was quite austere. It was very austere. And then this boy, he actually cycled there. He came for the program, and he saw our plates piled up like this. So he thought that's how you're meant to do it. So he piled up his. So we said to them, are you gonna eat it or climb it? So anyway, he had such a good time that he was unable to cycle after that. So Sakya Ras had to put his bicycle in the car and give him a lift home. So that was his first experience of Krishna consciousness, apart from getting the book at the door. But then a few weeks later, 3 weeks later or something, we were leaving Leicester to come back to the manor. So he met us on Nabra Road with his rucksack, and he jumped in, and that devotee is Gadadhar, Avagadada, And of course he had his Elvis hairstyle and his Elvis, he was an Elvis fan. So, yeah, he had the whole gear and everything. Anyway, so you never know, who you're going to meet, And then we were doing, me and Sakyaras were doing shop to shop in South London and then house to house as well. And we went to a place called the Wid Gift Centre in Croydon. So we were doing all the shops, and then we went to it's some kind of gift shop, not fancy, We went there, and there was this man, and we were speaking to him and said, look, we're from the Hare Krishna temple, and we're doing so many good activities. We've got some books, and can you give a donation and things like that. So he seemed like a nice, pious Indian man, and his brother was there as well. So they gave a little donation, took a few books, and they said, why don't you come to the house? Why don't you come? They gave us the address of the house and said, why don't you come to the house and, we'll invite the rest of the family. So what we did was a day later, we went to the house and we took the instruments. We had a nice program there, and we had this Fairchild projectors. It was like a suitcase, and you open it, and it's like a video projector, these big cassettes, And it was the world of Hare Krishna. So there was about 15, 20 people there. We played that to them, and we told them, Swami Prabhupada established this Krishna consciousness movement, and many people are becoming life members, They're donating and taking the books, and they're helping us to spread message of Lord Krishna all over the world. So about 5 or 6 of them became life members. So then we kept visiting that family, and from that family, Varsana Mataji, Varsana, she was there. She was the daughter of the gentleman, and then Amrita, there, and the mother. So we would sometimes afterwards we would stay at their house, and then 2-3 days, and we would do Sankirtan in that area. So, like that, we also met, we were in Bromley doing door-to-door, me and Sakyaras. We went to this shop, a newspaper shop, and this gentleman, we told him Hare Krishna, we got these nice books, and, he said, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in all this stuff, He said, but the kids are upstairs, they're not kids, but they're like 18 and 21 or something. He said, you can show them if they're interested, that's their problem, He says, I'm not into that, So we tried with the kids, and they were quite nice. And then they took some book and gave some donation. And the following week, they came here on a Sunday program, and that was Navadweep Chandra in Romford, or what's it, Hornchurch, and his sister became, what's her name? Yeah. So she became a full-time devotee. They were all initiated devotees. So like that, we got a whole list of so many people we've been to. Some of them were selling meat in their shops and things like that. But Prabhupada's books and devotees going out, it's just like transformation. Transformation. So yeah, we met Govinda Prabhu in Edinburgh, right? So we're trying to sell him a book, and I don't know, maybe he didn't have the money or didn't. But anyway, we said, okay, well, if you can't take the book, why don't you go and get us a pint of milk or a block of butter to take back to the temple? So, because that day I didn't go on the main street, I wanted to go somewhere quiet, some off the beaten track. And then, what was that area called? Right. So there's only a few shops. There's a Scottmid there, a small. Then anyway, he thought, well, strange request, I'm just walking down the road. Somebody just asked me for a pint of milk. Then he thought, well, okay, what's the harm, What's the worst thing he can do with it is drink it. So anyway, he came back with a pint of milk. So then I just remembered, we had the leaflets for the Namhata in Edinburgh every Friday. So I said, by the way, here, we got this leaflet, you can come down, we're there every Friday. And lo and behold, that Friday he turned up, He can't, and then the rest is history. So, going out there and doing the preaching, so sometimes devotees become fearful, I have to leave my comfort zone, I have to go out, or, it's cold, it's miserable, or what happens if people aren't interested, or what happens if somebody says no, you know. So it's like, you know, the mind really is, you know, most of the time, for me at least, it's not my friend, you know. But, you know, by chanting Hare Krishna, by following regulated principles, associating with devotees, we're trying to make the mind our friend. But actually, when we go out to do this work of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ji ki jai, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshmana Hanuman ki jai, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So when we go out to do this work, missionary activities for the benefit of the fallen conditioned souls, on behalf of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna and Srila Prabhupada and all the Guru Parampara, then not only are we able to help people who are suffering greatly in the material world, who don't have any shelter, but at the same time we also get the mercy, you know? So I always say, Lord Chaitanya's mathematics is slightly different from the normal mathematics that the accountants use, you know. So it's like if you have 10 cakes and you give out 10 cakes, then you have none left with normal mathematics. But with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the more you give out, the more yours increases, you know. So I had an example of this just last week, because Sutapa said to me, oh, you know, we've got some house program, you want to come? I said, yeah, fine. So that afternoon, me and Narayan were up on Prabhupada's landing, just trying to sort out the sound equipment, test it to see if it works. Otherwise, sometimes we get to the program, we plug it all in and it doesn't work, you know. And we think, oh, these guys are going to conquer the world. Yeah? So then anyway, we're testing. And then Kishori Gokul Anandini Mataji, the BMF secretary, she came out and she had a plate with all these cakes on, you know. And I just saw her, and I thought, you know what, I didn't manage to get any maha to take for this family that we're going to visit this evening. So then in my mind I thought, should I ask her or should I not, you know? Because, you know, anyway, I thought, well, you know, it's not for me anyway, so I'll risk it, you know. So I said, you know, would you like to donate that plate of Mahaprasad? Because me and Satatpa have got a program visiting some people, but we haven't got anything to take to them. You could see then the wheels were turning, you know, like, like, should I or shouldn't I, you know? But then she said, okay, take it. So then I thought, thank you so much, you know, it's very kind of you. I just put it aside. And anyway, she ran down the stairs to go somewhere. And then me and Narayan are just fiddling with the mics. And suddenly she comes running up the stairs and she says, oh, it works. I said, what works? She's got another plate with cakes exactly the same, because she said, I went downstairs, somebody gave me another plate. So if you give, you will receive. And that was, you know, just last week, you know. And so she said, oh, it works. I thought it was the microphones. So I thought, okay, anyway, it does work, you know. When you give, the more you give, the more you receive, you know. So we're never the loser for sharing, you know, giving Krishna consciousness to others. So yesterday, I was at the warehouse to get japa beads and different things, and then sometimes people ring into reception, and the receptionist is like, oh my God, who shall I pass it on to? So anyway, he said, well, I don't know, but speak to... So the guy called me, he was an English gentleman, and his name was Amon, E-A-M-O-N-N, and he's about 52 years old. He said, I got your number from the reception. He said, I'm kind of at the stage at my life where I'm just wondering, you know, what I should be doing, you know. I've done so many activities, and actually he said, I've got Swami Prabhupada's books. I've been reading his books. I'm reading something called the Srimad Bhagavatam, you know. He said, I just, all the other things I was doing before, they don't give me happiness anymore. I just like reading these books, you know. So he said, what do I do next? So it's just like, Then, I said, well, you can come and visit here. He's in Romford. So then I thought, okay, I'm going to connect you with Navadvip Chandra, who's in Hornchurch, which is round the corner. And then I said, I'm going to connect you with, Grant, what's your name again, the initiated name? Gargamuni, Gargamuni, I keep forgetting. So I said I'll connect you with Gargamuni because he's a similar age, and also he's read the Bhagavatam 4 times over and the Chaitanya Charitamrita and all the things that are going, So then I gave, I've contacted them and I passed on the numbers, And I said, he can come here as well, but he was so fired up. So I thought, wow, this guy, I don't think he's ever been to a temple or something. He got the books from somewhere. And he's thinking like, actually, this is the only thing. He said to me, he said, Swami Prabhupada, he doesn't faff around, He said, he gets straight to the point. So it was like, wow, he's getting it, It really works, There was, there's what's her name? There's a Mataji who does, makes, Radha Devi Dasi, she does garlands quite often, and she's helping with book placement, in prisons and hospitals and different things. So she just sent me something this morning, because she's been placing some books, it's like sometimes people, they sponsor books, they say, okay, like one guy I went to, and I said to him, can you buy a Bhagavad Gita? And he said, no. He said, I don't like reading. I said, well, this is a very important book. And he said, no. He said, I'm too busy, we've got too much work. So I said, well, if you don't want to read it, there's a penalty you have to pay. He said, what, a penalty? What's the penalty? I said, the penalty is you have to sponsor books that other people have to read. He said, well, I don't mind if other people read. So I said, okay, that's the penalty. So he has to sponsor £51, so we give books out to other people. As long as I don't have to, you don't make me read, that's fine. So this, she sent me this. This is from a couple of chaplains at hospitals, So it says, thank you very much for your email. You beat me with this. It says, all the 100 books you sent have already gone, please could you send us some more, That was one. So another one is, this is, dear devotees, Hare Krishna, another order from the chaplain, hospital chaplain. It says, dear friends, a few months ago you kindly forwarded to me a selection of publications which I have found very informative and enlightening. I would like to make these available in each of our multi-faith rooms across the NHS Trust. I currently have 5 rooms with another under construction with more to come. I cover a total of 14 hospitals and 7 community hospitals and 7 mental health institutions. If possible, I would love to receive more copies of your books if they are available, and if this is possible. I hope that you don't mind me contacting you, but I do feel it would be helpful to place copies in each of the multi-faith rooms for the benefit of all. Very best wishes, Andy, the chaplain. So, people are actually reading these books. So, anyway, so many miracles are happening, and I think, let's have a look here. So Srila Prabhupada's marathon is here. So, I think everyone can take some part in it. Everybody can take some part in it. Either like in an army, there's the frontline soldiers. They're right out there on the front battle line. But then they can't be there unless the people in the supply chain are supplying them the ammunition and the food and doing the communications, or even making the uniforms that they're wearing, and supplying the fuel and all kind. And there's all the strategists, and there's the whole thing. So I was thinking, like here, in the temple, actually everything is Sankirtan. So when the pujaris dress the deities very beautifully, lovingly, and very nicely. So when people come, they see the deities and they are attracted to Krishna. When they come, if the temple is clean, and the devotees are polite, and the gardens are nice, and it's a nice atmosphere, then all the gardeners, the cleaners, the prasadam is nice, the cooks, everyone, they're all helping to attract souls to Krishna. So it's all Sankirtan. So everything is Sankirtan, and it doesn't just happen in the month of December. It's actually all year round. All year round. Giving Krishna consciousness, it's an activity that it's fundamental to our movement. All the 6 Goswamis, they were writing books, and all their followers distributing books all the way and sharing Krishna consciousness. So it's a movement, and it's a mission. So what does movement indicate? It means moving, doing things. And what's the opposite of movement? Stagnant. Yeah. Who said that? Okay, yeah. So if you want to be in the movement, you have to move and do something, and spread the mission, some way or other. People can go out. They can encourage the devotees that are going out. They can do the backup. They can cook for them. They can serve. They do something, to help give Krishna consciousness to others, and we become part of that great mercy. He said, it's really a great opportunity for us to be involved, and books are the basis. They're the basis. So without the books, we wouldn't be reading this. We'll just have a table there. The books are the basis. Preaching is the essence. Purity is the force, and utility is the principles. So somebody says, "Oh, you're monks. Why are you using a car?" He said, "You're supposed to not wear shoes. Or you're supposed to be a monk and renounce everything." So I said, "Okay, fine. Would you or would you not agree that everything belongs to God?" And they said, "Yeah, everything belongs to God." Okay, so if we use something in the service of God, is it okay or not? They said, "Well, I suppose it's okay then." So then, if you're using it for whatever in service of God, then its utility is the principle. Then we're using it for the person it belongs to, rather than. And I said, the stuff that you have, you're not using it for God, so you're a thief. So he thinks, "Oh, I shouldn't have asked that question." Yeah. So I think in India they had placed some books, Prabhupada's books, in a very prominent Delhi bookstore, thinking that right in the front window. And they think, okay, we'll do loads of books there. But actually not so many books sold, because it's not just the shop or the salesman in the shop, but the books go because of the enthusiasm of the devotees and because of the purity, and their desire. So anyway, there's so many things. So anyway, those of you who are here, you already know what's happening, and those who are listening online, then we encourage them to, go on the website krishna.com or bhaktivedantamanor.co.uk, and they can be involved somehow or other. We have the kids Sankirtan party, we have supermarket Sankirtan party, we have street distribution, we have door-to-door, we have Gita Jayanti coming on the 26th of December, where people can, sponsor, however many, 5, 10, 100, 500, how many books they want, So they can get in contact with Bhakta David. He doesn't only serve milk, but he serves books as well, And Antaranga Prabhu, he is coordinating from here. So there's so many ways to get involved. So, I wish everyone, all the best with their efforts to try and please Srila Prabhupada. Please Srila Prabhupada in his Sankirtan movement and his mission. And I just wanted to play something for you, if I can find it. Because I think I did play it once before, some time ago, but it's always nice to remember it. So why Srila Prabhupada was comfortable in Vrindavan, he was happy there, but he took on some austerity on behalf of the mission, and I'll just play this for you so you can hear what he says. Hopefully you can, is it coming on? Okay, 1 second. Here we go.
City, but my heart is always hankering after the Vrindavan. Yes. I'm not happy here. I shall be very happy to return to my Vrindavan, that sacred place. But then why you are? Because it is my duty. I have brought some message for you people. Because I am ordered by superior, my spiritual master, that whatever you have learned, you should go to the Western country and you must distribute this knowledge. So in spite of all my difficulties, all my inconveniences, I am here because I am in duty. That is my personal convenience. If I go and sit down at Vrindavan, I shall be very comfortable there and I will have no anxiety, nothing of the sort, you see. But I have taken all the risks in the old age because I am in duty bound. I am in duty bound. So I have to execute my duty in spite of all my inconveniences. That is the idea. So this is the whole thing. The whole basic principle of spiritual advancement of knowledge. One should first be convinced that he is not this body.
So, very interesting. Prabhupada said that he was comfortable in Vrindavan, but he's gone all the way to America at an old age with, so much difficulty. Not, he said he's not happy in New York, but he's doing it because it's his order of the Guru Maharaj, So he's doing out of duty, So it's amazing, at that old age, So, then we think, we're not, most of us aren't as old as Prabhupada was when he left, to travel there. So at least we got, some, we can use our energies for doing the same work that he went out to do, And that was nice. And then this one, last one, and then we'll just finish there.
So we have to simply take instruction from Guru, and if we execute that to our heart and soul, that is success. That is practical. I have no personal qualification, but I simply try to satisfy my Guru. That's all. My Guru Maharaj asked me that if you get some money, you print books. So, there was a private meeting talking. Some of my important God brothers also there. It was in Radhakunda. So, Guru Maharaj was speaking to me that since we have got this Bhagavajar marble temple, there has been so many dissensions. And everyone is thinking, we'll occupy this room or that room, that room. I wish therefore to sell this temple and the marble and print some book. Yes. So I took up this from his mouth, that he is very fond of books, and he told me personally that if you get some money, print books. Therefore I am stressing on this point. Where is book? Where is book? Where is book? So kindly help me. This is my request. Print as many books in as many languages and distribute throughout the whole world. Then Krishna consciousness consciousness movement will automatically increase.
Okay, there you have it. Yeah? So, right from the mouth of the Acharya. So, I think I'll stop there. I've gone on long enough. So, thank you very much for your kind patience. And, yeah.
I would like to request you if you can distribute some of these to the devotees who just arrived today. There are some leaflets and some mantra cards, if they can take them around.
Okay.
You can, if you don't mind.
Okay, so is there any questions or any comments or corrections? No? Okay, so Antaranga Prabhu wants me to give out to devotees these, the bookmarkers, you know. So at least you'll be picking up the books to put them in, you know. And so these bookmarkers are there, and these mantra cards are there with the Hare Krishna mantra and Bhaktivedanta Manor and the address, so you can give them out to people, you know. So suppose you come and collect them also. All right, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, ISKCON Guru Vrinda ki, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ji ki jai, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai, Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Shri Sankirtan Mahayagya ki, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Haribo.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, please step forward and take some of these. And I have a small little challenge for you. So there are invitations for our retreats and invitation for Be a Monk challenge, both for ladies and for men. So please come forward and take it on board and distribute something to someone and make him fortunate as you are. Hare Krishna.
Take whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah. Or is it Hare Krishna mantra? Is it? Yeah. And there's some more here. Oops. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Ruth. There we go. Yeah, just leave it. Thanks so much.
Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.